Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello. May I ask for your attention, please? Everyone, it's already 9:04. I'm really sorry that we took 200 seconds more due to some technical issues, and of course, people are still eating, right? Today, though it is already 4 minutes, we took over from you, but I hope we'll cover these 4 minutes very soon. And at the same time, today we have very, very lucrative sessions. So those who are still outside, I would request EMA volunteers, I would request my colleagues from management board to bring everyone to the auditorium as soon as possible. Today, you know that there is a lot of packed sessions, we have co-creation sessions, we have guest speaker session. So I would also like to request you, if you don't have any pen in front of you, if you don't have any pad or something, please try to get one. So, how are you? Good? How was yesterday, night, dinner? Really? Did you sleep well? Who didn't sleep yesterday? Didn't sleep? Okay. Did you enjoy yesterday? Are you sure? I don't hear you. Are you sure? Did you really enjoy yesterday? This table, I don't hear from you. Let's do something. Boys and girls, separate. When I said boys, make some noise, okay? Boys, are you here? You know, even if I don't say girls, they will make more noise. Girls. Okay, let's do one more time. Boys. Girls. Okay, so as I have chance, because still some people are coming and we have like 6 minutes for me in order to present and I'll come back to you all to this room. I'd like to do something, I'll not take much time, maximum 2 or 3 minutes to see are you still alive or not, because we need to be confirmed that you are alive. So I'd like to see you people are sitting 2 together in face to face. For example, there is 6 persons in this table. So 2 together, face to face, eyes to eye. Please, sitting arrangement. Just for 2 minutes. 2 together. If you are 3, if you are 5, maybe for some time you can switch now. 2 together, face to face, eyes to eye. 2 together. Please cooperate. 2 together. Hurry up. Rajan, I don't see anyone there. Our guest, speakers, sister, cousin, everyone should be 2 together, face to face. Rajan, you don't have any partner. Take one partner. Go to our speaker. Go to our speaker. Go. That table, I can still see. And Pablo, there is no one for you. Maybe you can switch. Everyone, 2 together, face to face, eyes to eye. But with half-meter distance, okay? You have to respect for COVID also. Are you ready? 2 together, face to face, eyes to eyes, but half-meter in distance, okay? Because COVID still exists, okay? Where is your partner? Find someone, 2 together. Maybe you can go to another table, please. Omar, you can go to the table. 2 together, face to face. I hope you are ready, right? Are you ready? Hey, 2 minute sounds. Sounds time over already. Now, please, please, please listen to me. Not too much sounds, okay? I think now you are 2 together, face to face, eyes to eye, but half-meter in distance, okay? Okay. So, now please follow me. What I'm telling and do the same one after one. So what I'll tell, you have to follow me. Do the same one after one. Just try to find out who will start first and who, it's like introduction session. Are you ready? Say, hello. Hey, why you are looking at me? Partner. 2 together, face to face. There will be some gift for you also. Hello. Hello. Good morning. How are you? Sleep well? How are you? Then now introduce yourself. I am. Introduce yourself. Do the handshake. Do the handshake. Do the handshake. Okay, nice to meet you. Both, tell nice to meet you. I'm excited to be here with you. I'm excited to be here in EMA 17 General Assembly. I am thrilled to speak to you today. I'm humbled to be in the presence of so many accomplished individuals. I'm glad that I connect with like-minded individuals. I'm delighted to see your happy face. You are beautiful. You are so cute. You look awesome. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love Emma. Let's make sound. I love Emma. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Hey, 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 hey. You good? All good today? Okay. You must have been hyped up by now. So I didn't see quite a lot of you tweeting, huh? Or Instagram. You tweeted. Who else did Instagram? Yeah, I mean, the same old, same. I mean, you can't let Jeff Day call the posts, right? Because, you know. So please tweet, use Instagram, use Facebook, LinkedIn, tag us, Erasmus Mundus. Let's take over social media by storm, like Ashikur mentioned. I think it's yesterday. I don't know whether you got the memo, but let's take our social media by storm today. We have a full day, but you know, we have to start with some of very interesting conversations that we need to have today. And so, without further ado, please, today's first speaker is going to be Kandarp Mehta. I must be saying that wrong, but please forgive me if I, murdered your name. But, you know, Kandarp is a PhD from IESE Business School, Barcelona. He has been with the entrepreneurship department at IESE since, this is October 2009. And he has been a visiting scholar at Dispute Resolution Research Center at Kellogg School of Management. Now, his research has focused on creativity in organizations and negotiations. He frequently works as a consultant with startups on issues related to innovation and creativity. His doctoral thesis was about the process of creativity in the context of motion picture industry. And he has conducted several negotiation and creativity workshops for corporate executives and management students in Europe, USA, and India. Now, before coming to Spain, he was at ICFAI Business School in India, where he taught corporate finance. And he is also actively involved with creative industries. Several movies and short films where he participated during his PhD dissertation have been exhibited at prestigious film festivals. Now, please help me welcome Mr. Kandarp, who will be speaking today about negotiation, I believe. And, you know, please feel free to interact. And if you have questions today, we want you to, you know, be as interactive as you can. So give a round of applause to Kandarp. You can do better, guys. You've had coffee, some breakfast, right? All right?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Um, Thank you, everyone. You can hear me, right? So if I move around, it's okay. Perfect. So, um, actually, I had an exercise planned. I wanted to start with an exercise, but the person with whom you were supposed to do the exercise, you just fell in love with that person, thanks to our president's, initiative. So what I would suggest is this. Uh, so choose a different partner. Not the person to whom you just said I love you, because you don't want to risk that. So okay. Okay. Hi. So hi. I think yeah, power went off. So well, but you can continue to figure out a partner by the time we fix. Uh, by the time please do that. Think, find a different partner, and divide your and name yourselves A and B. Name yourselves A and B. Okay. Has everyone found a partner? A and B. If you want to move to a different table, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe yes. Wonderful. Okay. And you can be relaxed. No need to look in their eyes. You can be relaxed. क्या conteste हो?
We just run without power.
Ah, okay. 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 So let's now. May I have may I have your attention, please? Okay. So by the time. So now this is what we are going to do. You have divided yourselves in A and B. Everyone knows whether they are A or B. Perfect. Now, this is the game. It's a very simple game that we are gonna play. Every A has 100 euros. Every A has 100. Okay. Let's assume every A has 100, and every B has nothing. B's, sorry, nothing. Every B is nothing. And now, excuse me, but, so A's, don't start discriminating right away. B, every B has a magical power. Whatever you give them will be multiplied by 3. You gave 1 euro to the B, it becomes 3. You gave them 2, it becomes 6, and so on. So, the exercise is this. A's, no conversation, you don't need to talk. The exercise is A's, you will write on your piece of paper, out of your 100, how much would you like to give to B? And B, once you receive it, you multiply it by 3 using your magical powers. And then you decide whether you want to give something back. Okay? So, A gives 1 to B, it becomes 3. Then B can say, well, should I keep all 3 or should I give something back? Okay? Is that simple? Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So, no conversation. It will take 10 seconds. A's, you think for 5 seconds. Write down the amount on your piece of paper. B's, you write down on your piece of paper how much you are giving back, and your time starts now. You have 100. Out of 100, how much you want to give to B, and then B decides how much they want to return. no need for conversation. Just write down. Write down an amount that you want to give to B. B is you multiply it by 3. Yeah. But there is no light, so mic is.
Oh shit, I thought.
Hi. Wonderful. Yeah.
Are we supposed to tell her how much we want?
Yeah, you need to write down and you need to show it to her. Yeah. So every A, have you shown the amount to B? Wonderful. And B, has every B returned whatever they wanted to return? Yes? Yes. You decide, you decide. Actually, that's the main question we want to discuss.
Yeah.
What's the optimal scenario? What do you think is the optimal scenario?
25.
Okay, so you give 25.
No. 0.
Ah.
Like, that's the gives like that's the
Okay.
like, you know, like the
So you
best-
give 25.
She gives me 25, I give her nothing, or she gives me like 50 and I yeah.
She gives you 25 and you give nothing back.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, okay, okay. No,
There's different ways you can get it out.
I agree. So, but I would, what's her name, ma'am?
Diksha.
Diksha, okay. So I'll come back to you for sure. Okay, okay. Oh, wonderful. So now, okay, let's have a quick survey. Let's have a quick survey. How many A's are extremely happy with this transaction? How many A's are extremely happy with this transaction? Okay, how many A's are not at all happy with this transaction? Okay, we have one A who is not happy. Okay, let's move on. Friends, let's move on, let's move on. So this was round one. Now round two. Round two, B's. Once again, you are poor. A, this time you don't have 100. Not 100. Not all days are equal. This time you don't have 100. This time you have 10,000. 10,000. A's have 10,000, B's have nothing. A's, you decide how much you want to give to B and show it to B that, look, this is what I'm going to give you. And B's, you multiply it by 3 and then return whatever you want to return. But no bargaining, no bargaining. No bargaining. B's. Wonderful. Are you happy with 10,000? A has 10,000. Okay, okay, wonderful. So, let's see. Has the transaction, completed? Yes, wonderful. So, is there any A, friends, any A who did not get anything back? A who did not get anything back. Ma'am, you didn't get anything back. How much had you given? You had given 2,000 and you got 0. Okay, so 0 in return. Okay, any other A who got nothing in return? Okay, so nothing in return. Yes, another A. How much had you given, sir? Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. So, okay, so you returned in kind, not in cash. Okay, yes. Yes, sir, go ahead. So A did not give anything to B. Okay. Okay. And still did not give anything. Okay, so 1A showing off his wealth and then not sharing. Okay, that's okay. So, yes, sir. You gave 1,000. Nothing in return. Oh. So now she has 3,000 and nothing in return. Okay. How many A's got around, let's say, 5,000? Any A who got like 5,000? Yes, over there. Sir, how much did you get in return? Okay, very good. You gave 2,500. It became 7,500 here. And then your B gave you 5,000 back. Okay. So our A was a bit, I think he has just had breakfast, so. Oh. Okay. So, yes, sir, here. You got 15,000. How much had you given? You had given all 10,000 and you received 15,000. All 10,000. Okay. So let's do one more. One more round. Let's do one quick. Yes. This time I can see different degrees. Lot of warmth and love, and absolute lack of it as well. So let's try to see if stakes are high, things change or not. This time, B's, once again, you have nothing. But A's, you have this time 1 million. A has 1 million. And once again, you can decide how much you want to give back, how much you want to give, how much you want to share. And B's, you can decide what you want to return. And you can also have a brief conversation before you decide what is it that you want to give and what is it that you want to receive in return. Make sure, friends, remember one thing. You all are rational human beings who want to maximize their value. You are rational human beings who are trying to maximize their value. And let's do the exercise. 1 million. Stakes are high. Don't waste your money. Yes, sir. Those who are still negotiating, I would request you to now make a decision. A's, put your pen on the paper and write down how much you want to finally give to your B. And B's, then it will be your turn to make a decision. Okay, so has everybody finished their transaction? Yes? Wonderful. Now, excuse me, friends. Is there any A who did not get anything in return? Any A? This time, no. Wonderful. Is there any A who got $1.5 million? $1.5 million. Okay. We have some A's who have received more than $1.5 million. Here we have an A. How much have you received, ma'am?
So I
I gave 1 million and I received 2 million.
Okay, so Miss Kate here has given 2 million in return. So in future, if I am looking for a job, I would surely, you know, find out where you are working so that I can work under you, because we need people like you. Yes, sir. You received more than, who received more than 1 million here? Yes. How much did you receive, sir?
1,700,000.
Okay. And how much had you given? You had given all entire 1 million. Oh, you gave 500,000. Okay, so here we have, wonderful, wonderful. So we'll have to come back to you. Anybody who got more than 2 million? Anybody more than 2 million? Okay. Yes, sir. How much did you get in return? 2.9 million. And you had given what? 1 million. And you received 2.9 in return. And your B just wanted 100,000. Oh, that's amazing. I think this is the impact of the I love you exercise we had done before. Okay. So friends, excuse me. Very simple question. In the earlier rounds of the exercise, for example, in the previous round, when I said any A who did not receive anything in return, many of A's said, they did not receive anything in return. But now, in fact, many A's are receiving a lot more money. What is the reason? You are negotiating now, and you have been able to create more value, number one. Number two, so here, ma'am, you had received nothing in return, but this time you received 1.5 million back. So what happened? What did you tell your A, or what did you tell your B so that your B was so convinced of giving you money in return? She said, let's be rich together. Okay. But before that, you were making her rich by giving her money. Otherwise, it would not be multiplied by 3. Why was she not giving you anything in return? You were just giving 20%. So, but 20% is good, is better than 0. I mean, you could have given nothing, and still you are giving 20%. But that 20%, so every time we have done this exercise, any amount which is not 100% over a period of time reduces cooperation. Logically, it doesn't make sense, because what is the best? Any amount that A shares with B is positive for B. But still, when B receives just 20%, B is not happy. Why? Why are you not happy? You are at 0. You are getting 2,000. Somebody got 5,000 and returned nothing. Why? Because that's not real money. So, no, but look at it this way. Even real money, even fake money, we are not returning. Okay? So forget about real money. Yes, ma'am.
But it's not like B has nothing. That's incorrect to say. B doesn't have money, but they have this magical power. So the underlying, so the fact that A is able to triple potentially, right? Their money, that's like leverage, right? And they have negotiating power as well as the fact that the underlying risk makes the valuation more worth it, right?
So, thanks a lot, Diksha, for that excellent explanation. Diksha has touched upon 2 very important points. Number one, that to assume that you have nothing is a bad assumption. This is one of the most common assumptions we make whenever we negotiate. For example, most of you, when you finish your PhD and you approach industry or academic, or the academic world, quite often we have this feeling, what if, when they ask you, what's your expected salary? And you are like, what should I ask? If I ask for too much, maybe. In fact, I have seen, very recently, I was talking to this scientist who was going to work in a company, and we started this conversation. So he asked me, how much should I ask? I was like, no, what do you need, first of all? How much money do you think is good enough? He said, well, I don't know, maybe like 70,000. I said, okay, so go and ask that this is something I would like to have. And after a few days, we met, and I was like, so what did, he was like, I got the job, everything. I was like, so what happened? He said, no, the salary is 50,000. I was like, but you said you wanted 70,000. He said, yeah, but you know what? Then I thought that if I ask for 70 and if it's too much, so I thought maybe I should ask for a bit less, like 60. But then when they asked me, I felt a lot of pressure, and I said 50. I was like, so what happens is we start discounting ourselves. Why? Because we think that by asking for more, we are going to lose this negotiation. Why? Because we do not have enough to offer in return. We think that we do not have power in the negotiation. That is number one. Another important point that Diksha has touched upon, A can actually improve their position by sharing it with B, and B in return can share with them. But Diksha, I would like to come back to you because you had said something very interesting earlier when I came to your table. You had said that the optimal scenario is 25%.
Right. So, so I'm glad you challenged me on that. Not challenged, but you kind of made me rethink it because it wasn't the optimal scenario. That's wrong to say. It's optimal lose-lose scenario, right? Because when you get the, A has 100, they give 25, and I get 75, I get 0 back, right? So B has, sure, like 75, cool. From 0 to 75, awesome. A has gone from 100 to 75. So you're both at 75, but one party has benefited a lot more than the other.
That's an excellent explanation. So what Diksha has, very good, very good. Yes. Thank you. So what Diksha has said is that from 100, you deduct 25, so A has 75. It goes to B, which is 25 multiplied by 3, so 75. That means none of us, we feel that it's an unfair deal. But what is the problem here? Exactly. The optimal deal is 150, 150. But we are still happy with 75. Why? Why are we happy with this? Because it feels fair. Why does it feel fair? Yes.
My question is, we have nothing, so why is coming to equal now? We have 0.
I agree. So, but still, and this is one of the most common, so whenever we have used this exercise in research, this is one of the most common answers, one of the most common outcomes, and probably the most common explanation, that this is fair. Often, not losing to other is what we consider fair. Because here, I am not losing to the other person. I am not allowing a chance to the other person to make me, and that's why I love Diksha's, expression of lose-lose situation, because it's the perfect situation. If we, exactly, sir, if we lose it together. In trying to win, I might lose, but I don't want you to win. That's why I don't want you to do better than me. That's why let's do this. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So I just want to speak about our case.
Yeah.
The first time I gave him everything.
Yeah.
It's also because, for me, everything I had, I gave you. Yes, and I don't regret it. I just want to explain it from a human rights perspective. Yeah. It also depends on the trust element, because I believe that he will do something with that money. But for me, I thought also about it from a poverty perspective. Sometimes when you give someone who has nothing, he can reproduce poverty, or like he can spend the money in an unmanageable way. And sometimes you have to test that. What he will do with this amount of money. Is he going to invest it in a positive way? Then yes, I can sacrifice all the amount for him. However, if I feel that he will reproduce the problem, then I can stop from giving him the money. But another negative influence is that sometimes it makes people who are empowered more powerful. They are in control of the money. They will continue with that. And this is the reality in our world. But also, it really depends on the human trust and communication between the two parties.
That's an excellent point. Why is it so difficult to establish trust? Why do you think it is difficult to establish a relationship of trust? Because at the end of the day, from going to 75-75, this is absolute lack of trust. In fact, not lack of trust. This is lack of dependence on trust. I don't need to trust you that you will give me something back. That's why 25 is good enough. Even though you don't give me anything back, I will not lose to you. 150-150 is absolute trust. I am giving everything, and I hope that you be fair to me and share it properly. So here you are taking that risk, but you are trusting the other person. In fact, trust has many definitions, and one of the most, my personal favorite definition of trust is a definition which says that trust means to give somebody power to hurt you, assuming they will never use this power. You know, it's like if you are on your feet and you have a little child in your hand, it's a very dangerous situation for the child. If the child falls, it could be. But child doesn't think of that. The child looks at you and smiles because child knows that you are never going to use your physical power to hurt that child. So the thing is, why is that difficult? Why is it difficult to trust the other person? What do you think? It depends on the context.
For example, we trust in the barber.
Yeah.
We got over there.
Yeah.
He can kill us if he wants.
Yeah.
But it depends on the context. We know that he will not do it that because he need this to keep working to maintain the trust of the people. So it depends a lot of the context.
Okay. So it depends on the context. So in some context, you have to, it's like you take a taxi and you assume that the taxi driver doesn't kidnap you. Okay. Yeah. So, but we don't want to think of extreme scenarios. We have just said, I love you to each other, so. But yes, sir.
Okay, I also think that when it comes to trust, it grows also because of relationship.
Yeah.
So once you get to know someone, once you get to spend time with someone, and then the more you grow in getting to trust them because you trust that the values, you know their values, you know what things they may or may not do. So then it helps with the trust.
Okay. Yes, sir.
In this case, we're talking like teams, when you are negotiating, you are a team. I think I studied this theory about teams, and they say, John Nash, that before usually we think as one, but the thing about trust is thinking about the team, the two. We both win, and we are going to have the best.
So thanks a lot, sir. That's a very interesting explanation. Let's go. Yes, ma'am, over there. Yeah.
So in our case, at the last point, when he had 1 million, he was thinking out loud how much to give me and why he wouldn't trust me. It was a process, and I was like, yeah, I was trying to rebate it, but the whole process, because he was thinking it out loud and he was not trusting, when he gave me the 99%, I returned only 99 of what he gave me, not what I've earned.
Okay.
But it was because in the process of thinking, he thought it out loud and he thought it in a negative way of not trusting,
okay.
If that makes sense. So because of it, I was like, I'm going to make you fail.
No, but that's an excellent point. Trust comes, so, think of all the good, positive relationships you have established in your life, all the strong friendships you have, and you will see a common theme across them. Trust comes, of course, from speech, but it's not enough. Also, what matters is what action have you taken and whether there is enough consistency or not. And that's why if we want to establish trust, like our friend here said, it is important to take that first step. Like our friend over there said, that she was the first one to take that step and give everything. Nothing begets trust like, a trustworthy action. And that's why it is tough to establish trust, because it requires courage. It requires investment of effort, emotion, and often resources. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So growing up, I learned that you never trust a river, you never test a river with 2 feet. So when I heard that in order to determine trust, you gave him everything, that doesn't make sense because you would have lost everything. In our decision making, my partner had said, equality and balance is what is important to her, but also I was determining each split, I would not lose any money. And so even though her actions followed her words, in each case she made sure that she split what I gave her so we had equal. I also knew that I was never giving 100%. And when we got to the point of the million, I gave 900,000 because you don't test a river with 2 feet.
So that's an excellent point. In fact, I would like to go back to 2 models of negotiation that we have seen here. I would call them D1 and D2. D1 is, well, actually they are both Diksha 1 and Diksha 2, because Diksha 1 model was what she said in round number 2, that look, let's do 75-75. And D2 is what she said in round number 3, that let's do 150-150. What's the difference? The moment you give 25, you feel you are not depending on the other person. That means you are cutting off future from your relationship. You are not having a transaction which will have a continuous relationship. So, when relationship is long-term, or when you establish a relationship which is long-term, negotiation becomes what is known as collaborative negotiation. However, when the negotiation is one-off, actually this is 1 and this is 2. When it is one-off, that look, and that's what our friend here said, that I don't know whether this person will give anything back to me. That means you don't want to be in the shadow of the future. Negotiation becomes what is known as competitive negotiations. Another important factor which determines whether you are competitive or collaborative is also whether you have common needs or not. Our friend here said that if we can create a context where we said we are working together to improve, like later on you will have a workshop on co-creation where I think this theme would be highlighted further, negotiation becomes more collaborative. But when needs are opposite, I'm making sure that I don't lose money, I don't really care what happens to you, negotiation becomes, again, what is known as competitive. Now, what is the problem with negotiations in general? So, my friend Andre, if you can help me move on to the next slide. Okay, anyway, so, okay. So basically what we have seen is that negotiation is a value creation exercise, but it is not a purely economic exercise. It requires a great deal of human behavior. It requires understanding of other people. And most importantly, it requires reflection and introspection about what is the best for you. What is it that you can achieve? What is the potential of the situation? So, there are 2 common errors in negotiation. One, doing a bad deal. So, for example, 75-75 is a bad deal. Why? Because it's a deal, but it is not maximizing the potential. Or not doing a potentially good deal. That means not giving everything to the other side is not doing a potentially good deal. Why? Because you are saying no to achieving what the situation has to offer you. So, what strategies? I will very quickly give you an overview of some strategies that you can always use and that can help you in maximizing your value. What are those strategies? First of all, how can we focus on our needs instead of comparing what we are getting compared to the other side, or instead of focusing on not losing, how can we focus on what is best for us? Number one, name your negotiation. This, for example, studies have shown, I mean here, I don't know, other people who do gender research here, people who have done gender research. So our friend here, oh, wonderful. So studies have shown that often for female negotiators, so men and women, they negotiate equally well. There is no difference in negotiation ability. However, the difference is that often women, they do not negotiate when there is a possibility. For example, many years ago, around 2015, yes, in my school, I used to receive every year, MBA graduates, they would come and ask me, for some advice for their salary negotiation. Every time I would receive 10 people I would receive, 8 would be men, 2 would be women, always. And when I would ask some students, they would say, well, I don't know if women, I don't know if I ask and they say no, I don't want to, risk that. Now, in many cultures also, negotiation is seen as a male thing. Negotiation is seen as tug of war. Negotiation is seen as a fight. And, there are also other studies which say that when a particular skill is perceived as a male thing, women might underperform. So, one of the strategies we often recommend to our candidates is that, okay, think of your negotiation as something else. For example, invoking, positive stereotypes. I recommend it to our, students who don't want to negotiate. I say, forget it's a negotiation. It's not a negotiation. You are not negotiating. What you are doing is having a conversation. You are having a conversation with someone who is going to play a very important role. Quite often, there are students who don't want to negotiate their salaries. I say, it's not a salary negotiation. Name your negotiation as a conversation to decide your work-life balance. And when you think of your negotiation as a conversation for work-life balance, you start thinking of everything. What comes under work? What compensation should I be having to make sure the kind of life I want? So don't go and say, I need this salary. Go and have a conversation about what is it that I want to achieve. But to keep that focus, name your negotiation. In fact, I had one gentleman a few months ago. He was trying to negotiate. He was from a big company. He was trying to negotiate with a small company. They wanted to integrate that company by acquiring it. And he said that, the entrepreneur who is running this startup is not really, at times he says yes, at times he says no. I want to acquire at this point, and we tried this. We said, okay, forget that you are negotiating to acquire. Try to have a conversation to solve their problem. Go, and your objective is that solving problems of Mr. So-and-so, Mr. X, who is the startup owner, so that it can help me. And that really helped, because he was able to ask those questions that address the insecurities of the entrepreneur. He was able to provide a solution that addressed those insecurities of the entrepreneur, and he was able to get in return what was good for their organization as well. So, name your negotiation. It's a very powerful tool. In fact, in theater, I don't know if anybody here has theater experience, because quite often in directors, they ask actors to visualize the character. And the moment you visualize the character, you go beyond the text. You visualize how this character walks, how it appears, how it looks. You identify some nuances which enrich your performance. So the same is the effect of this. Number 2, every trapezist has a safety net. What does this mean? So trapeze artist. Have you seen trapeze artist in a circus? Yes. Do they have a safety net? Yeah, safety net. Yes, most of them they do have. But do they look at the safety net when they are in the trapeze act? What happens if they look at the safety net? They fall. They fall on the same. This is what every negotiator should be thinking about. So first of all, you should have a safety net. Why do we think that we don't have enough power in a negotiation? What is the reason? Because yes, sir. Go ahead, yeah. Because we think that's all, that's it. There is nothing else. So the reason why we think of ourselves as, not having enough power is because we don't think of alternatives. And that's why we underestimate our value. I'll give you a personal example. By the way, organizers, whenever we have only 10 minutes left, you can tell me so that, I can, otherwise I will just go on and on. Anyway, so I'll give you a personal story. Many years ago, I was in a corporate job. Okay, thank you. So many years ago, I had this corporate job, but I wanted to do a PhD. So I had decided that, and I had applied to some PhD programs, and I wanted to, but I had not received any response. Most of you know how that period feels. During that period, a company where I had done my summer internship during my master's, they reached out to me. And they said, there is a position, why don't you come and talk to us? My problem in life back then was I didn't know how to say no. So I said, yes, I will come and talk. I went. I went to the chief finance officer of the group, a very nice person, always treated me, with like a son. He was very senior, and he said, look, there is this position, and I thought of you. It's a good position. So why don't you come talk to the HR manager on next week and decide? He had offered me the job. I mean, I thought it was going to be a conversation, but he said, this is a job, and we want you to work. My problem was I didn't know how to say no. I was like, okay. I went home on Sunday. I was really worried. I was like, what to do? My father said, what's the problem? I said, I don't know what to do. I want to do PhD. What if some school accepts me? My father said, okay, there is a trick. I was like, what? He said, look, Monday when you go, ask for so much money that somebody like you would never deserve. I was like, that's a good idea. I went there Monday. They said, what's your current salary? I said, this is my current salary. I was honest. How much do you expect? I asked for 3 times more money. They said, oh, this is so much. I said, yes, but this position deserves that kind of money. He looked, a bit worried. He said, okay, I will think. Okay, we'll get back to you. I was like, okay, my job is done. I mean, job is not done, but that was done for me. Next day, I receive a call from his secretary, and he says, we have the offer letter ready for you. Can you tell us when are you joining? They accepted, but then I had to learn how to say no. Because, and then also, fortunately, very soon I also got accepted in the PhD program, and life changed. But again, if I really wanted to do that job, in fact, it was a wonderful job, to be honest. If I wanted to do that job, I would have never asked for that much money. I would have said whatever you offer me would be good enough, because it was a good company, good people. Again, we underestimate our value. Why? Because we don't think there is any alternative. So number 1, always keep an alternative, but don't think of the alternative when you are talking to the other side. Look at so when you are thinking of 75, you are looking at your alternative. What if I have 0? Because that is your safety net. Safety net is not to have anything. I give everything, I don't get nothing. So don't think of that. Because when you think of the safety net, you fall on it. But keep safety net as well. So always work on your alternatives whenever you negotiate. Yes, sir, go ahead.
So you're sharing the negotiation. The real problem is when a fresh graduate,
Yeah.
they just graduated and going for the industry.
Yeah.
And when they want to try the negotiation, the problem is the demand is less, the supply is higher.
Yeah.
No graduates are there.
Yeah.
And I really confused here. So if I start negotiating too much,
I agree.
And I do not have that much skills as a fresh graduate that I can offer him. I do have business skills. If you want to have me on board, give me 1,000.
Excellent point. I'll give you another example. A few months ago, some time ago, we had a candidate who had two job offers. Both were paying equal money, but one was also paying some sort of, bonus for signing. But this candidate wanted to work for the other organization where there was no signing bonus. So she went there and she said, can you provide me some signing bonus? They said, no, we don't do this. There is no such, tradition here. So if you are not joining, please let us know. Again, often we are afraid of this. Negotiation just does not mean claiming value. Like our friend here said, negotiation means when we do not have power, we need to take power out of the equation. How can we take power out of the equation? Well, what she did was this. She went to talk to the person who was going to be her boss. And this is what she did. Look, I know that you have been in my position, maybe many years ago, but I have my student debt. I have to move from one country to the other. My partner will have to wait for the work permit, and rents are very high here. What do you suggest? What can I do so that I can manage my problems? How can I balance this situation? And that conversation resulted in a solution which was very much equivalent to the signing bonus she was going to receive. So, when we have the conversation of claim, give me this, we are giving an opportunity to the other side to say yes or no. When we convert the conversation to let's solve this problem because it will help both of us, we are creating a situation of collaboration. So that's why it is important to keep in mind that negotiation just doesn't mean that you have to offer something and you get something. Negotiation also means that you can help me today. This is a long-term relationship, but by helping me, you will allow me to be able to help you later. By giving me 1 million now in the exercise, you are allowing me to be able to give you 1.5 later. I don't have anything right now, but I will have something in return if you take that first step. And often, to take that first step, we need to invite the other side to trust us. Anyway, we don't have much time, so I will go very quickly through all the important strategies. The next strategy, strategy is to focus on the other side. This will precisely address the point our friend has raised here. First, write their victory speech. If you think of your counterpart as someone who has to lose, your counterpart will also think of some of you as someone who should lose. But most of the time, especially if you are negotiating with let's say you are negotiating with a professor who wants to recruit you, either in research or as a faculty, or whether you are negotiating with a company, human resource director, chances are that they will later on have to negotiate with somebody else to justify this negotiation that they will have with you. Make them champions. When they go back to their organizations, make them look like winners. And this is an expression which comes from William Ury, a wonderful mediator and writer. And that's why I'm using it. Write their victory speech. Before you go into the negotiation, think of it. How can I make sure that my counterpart emerges as a winner when they go back to their organization? This will help you think of what is more important for them. And if you don't know what will make them look like winners, during the negotiation, you will ask them what will make them look like winners. Anyway, empower your counterpart. How do we empower our counterpart? This happens when you think that you have more power, the other side doesn't have enough power. I'll give you a very simple example. We do this quite often with our kids. Please come have dinner, please come have dinner. No. Okay. You are asking and the kid says no, yes and no, negotiation is over. But when we say, hey, what do you want to have? Pasta or noodles? Noodles. What is happening? By offering choice, you are giving them power to choose. In a negotiation, if the negotiation is likely to be stuck. By to empower the other side, you need to give them a choice. You need to offer them alternatives so that they can choose what is best for them. And that will also show your flexibility. So also try to empower your counterpart. Use the wand magic. Now, what is wand? Now, this is not poor English. WAND actually is an acronym of worst alternative to no deal. Now, this is something you use when you are absolutely stuck. You try to establish trust, nothing happened. You try to give them everything, no response. You try to, create this team spirit, no response. Then what do? This is the last resort. Wand magic. I'll take 30 seconds to use this, little anecdote that again comes from the same mediator, William Ury. So many years ago, it was year 2003 to be precise, William Ury was a mediator in Venezuela when there was a coup attempted against Hugo Chavez. So he went to this, city hall in Venezuela. In fact, he told us when I was at Northwestern a few years ago, so he told us that, look, I was in the room and I could touch tension in air. It was so tense. Here was a country which was on the verge of a civil war. And there were people who were pro-establishment and anti-establishment. What he did was, in that room full of people, he said, all of you close your eyes and think of someone you really love, someone who is really dear to you. That's what everyone did. And then he said, now imagine if you don't stop and you end up fighting a civil war, what might happen to this person that you are thinking about? And that created an atmosphere of conversation because everyone realized what is the worst alternative to no deal. So when other things fail, what you can do is to use the wand magic. What is the worst alternative to no deal? I think my time is over. So, but I'm here for some time. We have written a book which is available on Amazon. I don't have a picture of it. It's called Negotiate Good, Negotiate Well. And otherwise, if you have any question, I would be more than happy to answer. And last but not the least, to my friend Manasseh Anand and to Honorable President, I'm really grateful for this opportunity. Thanks a lot. And all the best for everything.
Thank you so much. Guys, it's not ended. So he will be here until the night here with us. Oh, I would request you, if you have anything in your mind, if you have some questions for him, please try to find him during the coffee break, during the poster session, during the lunch time. And it is really appreciable for his side also. So this is something for you. I know that now you are thinking a lot of things about the negotiation. Now, I'm going to request, Diana. Okay, there is a session. It's after what I think. No, later. Now there's a session for reimbursement from our service provider. Diana will present.
talking at you, and more you collaborating. So that's why we are creating together. We're collaborating. So the first session, you already have the lists of who goes where for each session at your table. Please look at it. They're very mixed up, but we tried to do our best to assign you to a topic that was most related to your EMA role. And if you have multiple, you'll have multiple. Please do this quietly. And we also have one session that all of you will be rotating through, and that is a values proposition, which you will learn more. I'm not going to spoil what it is. It does go along very nicely. Yes, please be quiet. It does go along very nicely with what we just learned in terms of negotiation. Please take these topics to heart. Think about how you're using the things not just in EMA, but in your other life. And if you have any questions, the leaders in each room will be MB members. I will go quickly through, not the list, but where you're going. I'm not going to try to pronounce Tejo, but that's the rooms you're in. So topic 1 is values proposition, and you're in 2-3. I can't read it, sorry. Topic 2, you're in Tejo 1. Topic 3, Atlantico. Topic 4, Tejo 4. And these are also on your documents. And topic 5, Dworo 1. So there will be MB members in each of those leading the topics. You'll be using different jam boards, etc. Please engage. These were designed, as many of you in past GAs have said, we want to be more engaged. We want to take away something. So the goal of these is that you learn something, you discuss something, and you are in some way required to follow up with that afterwards. If you have any questions, like I said, we'll be around. And then after, we're going to have our international coffee break. As many of you brought things, thank you. They are organized very well by Christina and her team. Most of them are not labeled for allergies, so it is your responsibility to ensure that you either ask or determine if there are allergies prior to eating them. It is not our job. You're all adults. I trust you. But don't come to us and say, oh, crap, I shouldn't have had that. I'm allergic. You should have figured it out. So I believe you. I trust you. It'll be great. Please take pictures. Please share what you brought and why it's important from where you're coming from. And I think that's it, right? Manase, do you want to share something?
So just to add, so there are 4 rooms in this floor, which is Atlantico, Tejo 1, Tejo 2 and 3, and Tejo 4. If you are having topic 5, Duo, it's in the 2nd floor. So if you are having the venue as Atlantico, this is the room. The Tejo 1 is just, opposite this. 2 and 3 is combined. So all of you, this is the key aspect of collaboration here. So everyone will attend this mandatory value proposition session. All sessions are mandatory, but there is one session. We have a trainer. So she will be guiding you through the value proposition. So this will be there for you. If you're not in this co-creation session 1, you'll attend it either in 2nd or 3rd. But for now, I think this is clear.
And one last thing, I had several questions earlier. Do bring, if you have a laptop or a notebook or a tablet, feel free, you are highly encouraged to bring them to these sessions so you can collaborate, write down the things you want to do for the future. And as you can tell, each session, minus the mandatory values training, has different topics all relating to your role in EMA and how we hope that you can use those skills outside of EMA. So if you have any questions right now, let me know. If not, we're going to go ahead and go to our breakout sessions. We have 40 minutes on the dot so we can make up some of the time. MB members, please monitor that time. It is 40 minutes from whenever you start, and please move and start now.
Yeah, let's move fast and
Home, if you're still with us, really, really nice that you're still around. We're just kind of trying to find a place in the room. We really don't have to sit if you want to stand. I think that's also fine. We don't have a flip chart anymore, but I think we can make this very creative.
Yeah, new side.
We have probably now about 35 minutes to go. And this is all about us thinking together and trying to figure out, also what we want to contribute to EMA, what we're here for, and really use the time to come up with something tangible. So we all have papers, we have pens. I have a digital Jamboard, but I would prefer that we actually all use the papers and write. And what is our room about? Ruturaj, do you want to talk about that, or shall I just keep talking?
I can explain it.
Great.
So we have to conduct a SWOT analysis of the association. We have to set clear goals for the association for the next year. And this goal should be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. And we have 10 minutes to brainstorm, 5 minutes to create the action plan, and 5 minutes to wrap up.
So do you know what a SWOT analysis is? Yeah. Yes? So I've written this here. There's a lot of stuff to write. I always like to do these things, just kind of putting them on paper. There's more on the other tables, or we can also do this together in pairs. But I think it always helps me to visualize it a little bit. So I can keep this on here. So there's strength, there's weaknesses, there's opportunities and threats. So what if we divide ourselves and different people look at different aspects, and then we come back together? Sounds good? So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Divided by 4, that's 3 or 4. Do the 3 of you want to be a team? You can choose a topic. Which one do you want? You can choose one of those 4.
Probably we should do it as a group for benefit of those that may not know how to do SWOT analysis. So probably just do it together.
So, who has done a SWOT analysis in the past?
I have done.
Raise your hands. Almost everybody. So I think if we group, we probably have. So the 3 of you, which topic do you want to look at? Opportunities. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Strengths. I think you were going to be there, sorry. Is that okay? So the 3 of you, you do look at strength. Then we have you 3.
Okay.
Weaknesses. Threats. Well, you can do that. I trust you. Great, and Ruturaj and I, we can just join a team as well. So for everybody who's at home, we will work on this for 5 to 10 minutes in the small teams, and then we will collect the feedback, and we will then also integrate everybody at home again. They can't talk. Can they talk? They can just see us, right? But they cannot talk. Okay.
One thing to like it's the roadmap for EMA association or EMA as a network? Or
That's a very good question. So I think I would identify this as the association. Correct.
like
Yes.
the members and the office bearers, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like
everyone in the association, all EMA members, volunteers, and everyone. Even our stakeholders, you can think of everyone.
So how do we solve the situation where we have people there that have some of the opportunities, maybe fantastic opportunities for EMA that are not in the group to do that?
Again.
Like, for instance, we are working on the opportunities for EMA, but someone there is working on something else and has some fantastic opportunities for EMA. So,
after I think one could complete their degree.
Exactly. So maybe what I could see happen is every team takes a blank sheet and you 3 start to write opportunities, right?
okay.
So you use the paper, you start writing opportunities. You have an A4 sheet, you do the same for strength. So every team of 3 works on one A4 sheet at the moment. And then we come back together in 5 or 7, 10 minutes, and we present, and everybody else can chip in. Sounds good? Great. and we'll be, I mean, you can talk to each other, and
We have 10 minutes for this.
let's do 10 minutes, and then we see
Okay.
where we get to. Great.
Invest in the future. Invest in
Start with the most difficult one.
Yes.
What are the threats for the association?
Change moves to strength.
I can give you the existence of our association can be in question in the future if they're not able to sustain its For the moment, we are supported by the Commission. But what if tomorrow they decide, oh, we don't have money, or we have money, but we want to invest it in a war and not in education? What will happen to them? Or they stop the Erasmus Mundus program altogether, and they don't need it anymore. This is a threat to the association. This is a threat to existence of the association.
Yeah. I think communication
Funding in general or financial sustainability.
They are really looking for the
Or you can say, as we can write lack of financial
Self-sustainable.
newcomers should become one point communication skills.
lack of financial institutions can be a threat to the existence of the association. Bad work culture
Then
can be
they
a
will
threat
get
to
the benefit. This is a one point we can.
It's more like an individual.
People not believing the work. How they have
No, I don't think it is. Because I think it's no, because you can also do due diligence and go online.
So brand trust. So like brand trust. So like not believing.
So the weakness. So how do you treat it as a so lack of visibility at point of enrollment or lack of adequate visibility.
So in terms of brand image, so losing or damage to reputation. Yeah. So
unnecessary politics. Yeah. Like inside the association.
For that, you can also categorize that as because article of defense from disability aspect, that is the category of itself, like you said, still not knowing. Lack of empathy. Because I know in Germany they have some regulation, some non-profit, you can earn your money from partners and program coordinators thing.
We'll take everything.
Most people don't still know.
So what do you think? So should we keep on expanding? Should we keep on listing or we can whatever comes into your mind?
So how is everybody doing? Very good. What about if we do quick summaries for the others, and then either we have enough time to discuss, or we all stand up and just write our thoughts on the papers of the other groups. So where are we going to start? With the good or with the bad? Or with the challenging? Do you want to start? Do you have a mic somewhere? Perfect.
Always say so.
You just need to use the mic in this room.
Okay.
Yes.
For online. Okay. So we're working with the threads.
Okay.
Okay. And then we're thinking of two kinds of threads. The first is internal threads among ourselves, and then the other external threads with partners or key stakeholders. The main concern is that we are very financially independent. We want to become more financial independent, more sustainable. Okay, so for internal threat, we are having the work cultural concern. So for example, with our volunteers, how to engage them, motivate them, prevent volunteers to burn out, and to prevent them leaving. And then later, we also want to do more training and the threat about the training and development so that we can become more like professional training. And then the external threat that we are talking about is about the brand image. Yeah, like how people view EMA. So we have the threat of losing partnership. We don't behave properly, or even like the damage to the brand image of our EMA as well. Yeah, so that's the threat.
Thank you. Anything else from the team? Do we have any immediate additions to this? Any thoughts? What would you do? You agree?
Yeah, I think we mentioned something about intercultural capital in the opportunity part, but I also feel that it also falls in the threat. Especially, for instance, there are people that were meant to come here that couldn't because of their visa, stuff like that. I think EMA should intervene in such scenario.
Yeah, I agree. And any other? So this is more something. It seems it's hard to control, but we need to know that it's happening. And I mean, as beautiful it is to be intercultural, it's also a challenge and potentially a threat that we don't understand each other or that we have to be aware.
And it's also something that, say, for example, in terms of projects, and if we talk about cultural capital or like visa migrations issues that we face, that's, let's say, EMA for Equity, what we're trying to research, look for, and address. So yeah, in terms of opportunities to the threat.
Great. Well, we're already pairing up things, even better. Let's move on.
Okay. Hi. So for weaknesses, we tried to incorporate quite some different things. And then the one thing, well, first of all, there's lack of members, and then there's possibly a bit of lack of visibility of the association, wherein people are actually getting into the Erasmus Mundus program, but they're not really sure what the association and how does it connect to it. And then we have possibly some of the programs coordinators not really communicating this and encouraging new members to join. And then on another side of things is that once you become a member, or like, and then this example is like with me, where I'm not a member, I was invited here as a student that once did a master, and I'm representing my master. Like I would love to give back, and I was honored that I was chosen as a scholarship holder, and I would love to reconnect with the people that I've been with. But to stay in the association, I need to know more about the long-term benefits for me as well, because like I come here and I honor, but like I'm not gonna stay because I'm gonna be grateful for the rest of my life. So yeah, a more clear roadmap of like what it means to be a member and what the organization offers to the people that join. And then I don't know whether I missed something. Self-sustainability. This one I cannot really explain. You have to go for it.
So in this, we are talking about economic sustainability. We are funded by some other organizations, so maybe it might be a weakness that in the future, if the organization does not want to fund, then it's difficult to do these events, these kind of events. So that's what we are talking about here. One of the things we also touched on is EMA's image, which could be strength as well as weakness, because many times how it's perceived is once you get a scholarship from the Erasmus, you are already a member, and Erasmus Mundus Association is what scholarship is. But I believe the association is not just like when you already enroll the scholarship or when you are doing an Erasmus program. There are different things than just studying the program, just doing the master course. Like for an example, we can take the example of ESN, like how they perceive is they have a different image. They have said that you are doing a program, but this is something different for you. So maybe Erasmus Mundus Association has the weakness with maybe the name or how we have given the, how we have addressed in the past, like these activities that we do. Maybe we also need to strategize, like this is what we are delivering that is different, and this keeps aside from just the program studies. So yeah, so this is what we discussed on. Do you have something to add, or if we missed something?
Yeah.
Time managing time, I mean time consuming, because I saw yes, some participants that missed their flight, some issue like they are coming later, some they are not giving the intention to come early. They have something like a presentation or some thesis work. Can I use some limitation like time consuming or managing time management that I would like to mention keyword.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask how, so the weakness is that it needs a lot of time to be part of EMA? Yeah, so you should be, it's more the dedication, maybe the commitment as well. Commitment, yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's. I think it's again also the image, right? The how. Yeah, true. Yeah. Any other thoughts on this one at this point? I hope you've written all this down because I can't remember, and there was a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, we have written this.
Great. Shall we move on to the third group?
All right, we've written like quite a bit, everything that came into our brains, so
Great.
please bear with us. Firstly, like...
Well, we'll look at the time.
Yeah, just... First, all right.
Oh, but then we're too fast.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Firstly, just to say, like, since we didn't have the official stats, like most of the things would be abstracts in terms of quantifiable terms. But okay, firstly, we started with the diverse talent pool. It comes from all sort of.
You were looking at
strengths.
Okay.
Strengths. So, like, strengths have like a bit of overlap with the opportunities since we don't know the current statistics and the projections for the future roadmap. Diversity of the talent pool, it comes from all sort of cultures. Secondly, the skills that come into EMA, the individuals are like the top brass of their respective countries. They come through a very high competitive process. So obviously there's a filter, high screen, high talent of skills. The opportunity that EMA provides for growth potential and networking, it's highly accessible to, like, since we see like it's more than almost 60, 70 countries, like I think for EMA it's most probably the most diverse. Like let's say like UN covers global, but EMA, in part of European, it covers like the second biggest talent pool. There is always room for growth, exposure, in terms of professional development, co-curriculars, it deals with issues such as mental health, so rather than one point was mentioned in the weakness that it takes toll out of your studies, out of your profession, but it also provides an outlet so you can like get relief from those stuff. So for some people it's both, and it is mentioned like collaboration and partnership. Since being a part of the EU network, we have such a wide range of network in place under EU umbrella, and it's like EMA is like already adopted the digital media. It's already up in the tech world, like we are using technology to the advantage. Already like the charter of EMA is aligned with the SDG goals, so I think that's a plus. We know the direction we are headed. The projects are very diverse. The culture is very democratic, and framework according to the EU charter and like what should be. It's very a legally sound body from what we are supposed, like what we're told so far. It encourages room for creativity. The productivity is enhanced. It has like a regional approach, which is very like inclusive thing rather than being based in a country. The alumni are encouraged to come back and join the association, and this is also a way to giving back to the community. So I think these are the more abstract areas, and if my colleagues want to add something.
We are a very strong team, aren't we?
Yeah, our motto was from strength to strength, so that's the
yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm going to add a bit of a critical question for everybody to think of, and it touches on the 3 topics already. And you picked up the social media. So we have a lot of engagement, but who are we engaging with on social media? And we've been talking about EMA as a brand, so we want to, and now I'm talking as a past president and the challenges, but we want to be an organization for the future. What is the value that we give ourselves in the future? It's a great network, and we all come for the network, and we come for these speeches. You can get them somewhere else, or you can't, I don't know. So yeah, it'd be really, really cool to keep talking about these things and maybe brainstorm together. So all of this is great, and the followers are great, and then we make the network it is. But yeah, let's keep thinking. Yeah, please do. We have time.
So, and in terms of value and what we are and where we came from, so we came to study. And so what we do is adult education and lifelong learning. So through our engagement, through the projects, through what EMA, through the mission and vision, what we're doing, we're educating future Erasmus Mundus students, current Erasmus Mundus students, current members and volunteers of EMA. And what do we want for the future? We want to continue educating people in any and all of our fields and in social change. So what are we doing? My master's was adult education for social change, and that's what we're doing. We're educating ourselves and others, and we're promoting social change because we are interested in empowering people, and we're interested in making the barriers that international students face visible to our colleagues who might not face those barriers. And we want to work together to remove them or to lessen them when there is no opportunity to remove them. And as a self-funded student, so I'm not directly a member because I'm invisible to the commission because I was not a scholarship holder. So I'm here through the program. So that's also something else that we need to recognize and acknowledge, the self-funded students. And yeah, so that's what we do. So we do adult education for social change. And that's what we need to, I think, focus in saying, okay, so what is ESN and what do they bring? And this is what we bring, continuous education.
And I'm just gonna, I think I'm gonna correct you, but the membership, it's a bit of a political topic. And but I would say it's in no, as it is written in the legal documents, it's in no way bound to who pays. So anybody who's been selected to be a student is equally a member of EMA.
No, I understand that. It's just that.
Yeah, the perception.
So the direct membership, and that's, and also, for example, if we talk about the grad, so what is the survey?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the impact survey, I never got that.
Yeah, and that's
and
not.
so that's the other
but
thing.
that's not because you're self-funded. That's because the system is the way it is. So, I'm happy to, and I think this is actually also a very fair point, even how we as students understand the system and how we are not aware of it because we can't be aware of it because nobody tells us. And you start and you, oh, I get a scholarship. Oh, this guy, he's my colleague, he pays himself. Like, how does this happen? And then why are we? So, yeah, I think there's also a question of maybe visualizing situations or giving access to, yeah, as well. We've gone a bit off topic, but I know that this group, just I think how much, this group just as a summary, because they've worked on opportunities, and I think some of them actually already reflected some of the conversation. So let's give them their 2 or 3 minutes, and then I think we can open up the floor again. Does that work?
Yeah, okay, so I'll be representing the team. We have something very close to the people working on strength, just a little tweak. And then maybe we'll start from the bargaining power. So what we did is that we tried to structure this into opportunities for newcomers, and then also opportunity for EMA as an organization, and then also looking at the alumni body, which is very important. And so I will start from the organization point of view. So first of all, we took the strength of bargaining power, which is your strength, to see how EMA as an organization can shape education and shape response to policies in education, especially in Europe, because of our numbers and also because of the impact that we've done so far. And yeah, so we wrote here that also an opportunity to engage in higher education, higher landscape, not necessarily education, maybe in some other part of it. And so I will go to the opportunities for newcomers. We wrote improve communication skills, but here not necessarily communication, I mean improve skills for being part of a broader network of people and connection. And I mean, that's for the opportunity for newcomers. I will not touch on some of the things that we've mentioned. So we also highlight here specifically for broader networks and connection, especially the fact that you are part of EMA or you know that there's an organization called EMA, you have diverse people around that you can leverage on. And so I will go to the alumni, which I think we have more on because both of them are very long alumni, so you can imagine. So first of all, I think I will start from the story that one of them made that mentioned the fact that some people pass through EMGMD, but really don't know anything about EMA. You know, so this is an opportunity for us to also reintegrate people that have graduated that doesn't know that this organization exists. And what are the opportunities for us? So we linked it to collaborations. These are people that have become professors. These are people that have some innovative ideas somewhere. So we can also find a way to rechannel them back into as an organization. Maybe it could also be a way of developing the economic part of it when people come to contribute and also partner on projects and working project, companies. Okay, don't let me mix it up. So that's on that part. And then we also see opportunities for creating more partnership because we are growing day by day. And then we see that these numbers are not just numbers. We can also use it to create more partnerships and opportunities. And so we put here that we have floating innovative ideas and developing projects, which is something I've mentioned. And then we also deal with the intercultural capital. But here we're not looking at it as threat, but we're looking at this as opportunity. I mean, when you have people in different corners of the world come together, they can form some formidable strength and then also deliver some amazing and interesting projects. And then we're also very interested in the long-term sustainability of EMA. I think I saw you mention that, and then, yeah. Okay, so I think that's that. Okay, more importantly, we also want to see alumni input, not just about recognizing that the organization exists, but also that they can put their input. I can mention, for instance, Manasseh. I've known Manasseh for 3 years working in EMA, and then I've followed what his contribution. Okay, it's not here, so I'm saying. Yeah. You should not hear what I'm saying. Okay. So he's doing very incredible job giving his skills. Some of the things you see develop, you see that this is an individual skill that is bringing to EMA. So imagine when we have thousands of EMA alumni everywhere in the world, and then they are bringing their contributions to EMA. You can imagine what we can do. So that's what some of the opportunities that we're looking in this direction. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to quickly chip in because you've kind of skipped the EMA as an organization. And I think you started from there. I think just one thing I wanted to mention, and I think it's also one thing that really has happened a bit more in the recent years, as we became legal and have established ourselves in the landscape, and I think to start using the organization as a vehicle. So we can be formal partners in big initiatives, and we are very recognized. We still need to grow on the structures to be even better in representing ourselves externally. But we are being looked for and searched after. People want to hear the student voices. So in this Go-Digi project, which Christina presented the other day at the final event, we found a speaker to just talk a little bit about her international experience in digital education or in the tools she used. And I think her contribution was one of the best rated from the 110 participants that attended the event. And they were like commissioners from the EU, and there were other kind of people. They were all university staff. They want to hear from us, and they want to hear from the students. So we as alumni start to be more and more further away from the student experience. So we really want to keep the two things together and work as a team to do the two things. And I think, Ruturosh, maybe you can just share what you want to be contributing to EMA as an organization with the student.
Yeah, so I just gave an example which happened 2-3 weeks ago. So there was a student, incoming student, who reached out to the SNA unit of EMA and saying that she was rejected by a university, EMGM consortium, without a proper justification. So we got into the case, we saw, and it was not well justified. We contacted the EMGM coordinator, and we overturned the decision of this rejection, and the student was accepted as a full scholarship student in the EMGM. So this is what EMA can do. This is the power of EMA, and this is how EMA can be a global authority on higher education in Europe.
Thank you. Yeah, Jay.
No, it's just to enhance what everybody was saying actually about opportunities that EMA has, because I mean, like, we feel as if we are still a baby, and I would hope that one day we become more autonomous in terms of things to do with finances and, you know, like the merchandising that we're already doing right now to see whether we can be able to actually stand as on our own. I mean, it's a long shot, but, you know, it is what it is. It's the vision that we actually have to become more autonomous, because in any case, it's the European Commission's vision for us to become autonomous in the future. So I think as alumni and as current students, this is something that we would need to actually look forward and you know, use our skills, like he said, to be able to stand on our own somehow. I don't know whether it's going to take 5 years or 10 years or whatever it is, but also the clarity on our engagement, like on social media, we have so many numbers, right? But numbers are just numbers if you don't engage these numbers. So, and I'll tell you for sure, like on social media, we have lots of prospective students asking, so what's EMA? How can you help me know about a scholarship, etc., this kind of things. And I mean, all of us have been through a mobility or an EMJM, whichever it is. So I think it's just for us to be as motivated as possible as alumni, as volunteers, to give this information and become an organization that stands out in terms of mobility, in terms of helping people transition, and all these kind of things. So I mean, just to enhance on the opportunities that EMA has, it's a long shot, yes, but it's doable if ownership is taken. So I think it's a challenge to all of us to, when you grab something and run with it, it goes a long way. Believe me, yeah.
Thanks for your input. Just a little addition to your as well. I very totally agree. So I'm very concerned about the sustainability with the funding. So right now we mostly rely on the European Commission, and then we can maybe get inspired by our maybe organization like ESN, because they have the collective power and also they have the network of corporates. So they have the ESN cards, which provides like exclusive benefits for their members. So I think that maybe when we look at the EMR, we only have the students like master's level, and we can also provide values for the corporates to become like a exclusive network as well. So maybe the staffing for internship towards our EMA members. So like in the programs, in our master program, we also have to do the internship so that we can have a network of corporates that can host our students and members. And then we can provide like a win-win situation for all the parties involved. Or we can also create maybe like a quarterly edition, like so that we can provide more advertisement space for the corporates that target master level students, something like that. Yep. Or we can do a lot of ideas for the finance, and it also reinforce our image and reputation among our targeted groups of master level students and also the corporates. Yep.
Just one thought, and again, this is accumulated knowledge over the years, but if you think of ESN, who are their members?
The Erasmus exchange students at undergrad level.
Yeah, and they get thousands of them every year. And then they're members forever, but they actually only really engaging as a member for a relatively short time. And then they have their core members that become part of national kind of nodes or organizations. They have their kind of leaderships in the different countries for some time. Then they're part of organizing committees and stuff like that. But then they move on. And I think it's it's a different concept, but it feels to me at this point that EMA wants to be something else. Yes. We don't want to be just the intake and then another intake. We want to build that longer sustainable network. And I think, there again, I think it comes very much to your thoughts.
This is something that EMA's image as an organization, I think we are touching this point, like that's what we thought. Like EMA's image as an organization, what are we setting? How are we differentiating from others, or what is it that EMA presents itself for? Is it for the alumni? Is it for the student? Is it for the prospective students? Or is it for the consortiums? Or if it's for the European Union? Because we have such a wide network, we are talking about country representatives. They are working in the rural areas or different corners of the world. So we need to have this image clear that, okay, this is what we are giving, something within this boundary.
Indeed. I think you wanted to add.
No, I was just wondering that as you mentioned about European Commission's long-term goal to make us more independent, but do they have any suggestions like we can be self-sustainable in this way or that way?
I mean, this is a quick discussion we had with Helen in Brussels, but then,
really quick change. Do you know who Helen is? Ah, sorry. Yeah, no, just quickly say who she is.
Okay, no. She already knows that. But she is in the European
really,
education
so
culture
EMA,
and
as an
ESCEA,
organization, we have few contact points in the commission.
And she's the head of
this lady
ESA.
is one of them.
Yeah, so she's the head of ESA on the side of the European Commission. So, we had a quick discussion about this, and as you can see, like ESA is now growing into ASAF, the African, association, and we also have WEBA in ETC. So, EMA is the original baby, right? So, ideally, the thing would be in a way to give us more autonomy to make decisions first, and then obviously the finance might trickle in later. That is something that is a long shot, like I said. I don't know how long it's going to take. From yesterday's presentation, it was very clear that our funding will still be renewed for the next years from the presentation we had from Giorgio yesterday. But what I was saying is in terms of decision making, nowadays you find like some of the things we do, perhaps it's right from EMA, but we obviously have to check with the service provider. But I mean, it stems out from decision making into finance, into the activities that we want to do. I mean, we, like last GA, we had such a discussion even with Raquel talking about mental health, and also with Caroline talking about, actually it was a real discussion we had, talking about self-funding, self-funded students, what she presented yesterday. And now from that has stemmed out funding, that way we can be able to make decisions onto projects that we want to have, and eventually perhaps maybe we would have our own money and make our own decisions as well in terms of finances and these kind of things. But it's step by step, so it's not something that's going to happen like tomorrow or,
And on very pragmatic terms, and I'm happy to pick this up later, different countries have different mechanisms to support NGOs, and there is funding. Again, I think Jane said it before, it needs a group of people to pick up the idea and to take it away and along. And having a big system and a big team and also a lot of activities that need to be sustained and that we want to sustain, that takes away people's time and energy, and then often it just needs either more people or even more time or less sleep to push the other things. So yeah, it's about time. I found this very, very interesting. I think there were a lot of good thoughts. Maybe let's just collect these papers so Ruturush gets them. We trust Ruturush. So we want a summary of this. I think we have to present this tomorrow as well. Ruturush, maybe we have to try to put all this together in a couple of bullet points. But if there's any volunteer, we can also present this together. And keep up this conversation. I think it's really important. And if you have ideas, yeah.
Very randomly so. We will request tomorrow Regan, Raquel, and Nikshan to give us short presentation of what you've learned today from the co-creation session and all that kind of good stuff. So, yeah, yes. Okay. So, I mean, I mean, yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Any other volunteer? Hey, hey. Raise your hand. It's okay.
And this is the opportunities EMA generates. Perfect. Thank you very much then. We've got the notes. Get in touch with us. We'll pull it together, and then we'll make it happen. And I think indeed. Yeah. And we'll help you. We'll do it together. It's coffee break. There's lots of snacks. I think the coffee is actually here. So you get a start and then get a coffee and have a snack. guys an opportunity. I don't know, can I move them myself, or is there, will you, is there? Ah, there you go. Oh, no, it's fine. So for everybody who doesn't know, my name is Katarina, and I am going to talk all of us through the next about, say, 45 minutes, because there's lunch and there's a lot more other things to come. So it's a great pleasure to be here with all of you. The next session is on the elections, and we would like to start with a debate and some question and answer time for you as well. Thanks for everybody joining us remotely as well. I hope this is going to be interesting. So do chip in on the chat function if you would like to pick us up any questions, and we'll be in touch with you as well. So let's try this. I did want to start with a little bit of background, and Prashant has started with this already. So the Erasmus Mundus Student and Alumni Association, EMA, is a legal entity. So what does that mean? There's a lot of people in this room who well, EMA, this is this bunch of people that I kind of meet virtually most of the time. It's kind of something to do with that EMD or whatever it's called that I studied. But as an organization, we are also what is referred to an AISBL. This is an Association Internationale Sans But Lucratif. Well, everybody who's French native will pronounce this much better than I do. But in practical terms, it means that we are an international not-for-profit association incorporated under Belgian law. And as such, we have statutes and we have internal regulations. And those are binding legal documents. So we have to comply with these, otherwise the organization will not move forward. And whoever is on the papers for the AISBL, legally registered in Belgium, is reliable for the good practices and functioning of EMA as an organization. And one of the things that we need to do every 2 years based on these statutes and internal regulations is to vote a presidential team. In our case, that's a president and a vice president. And they will then, together with a selection committee, appoint and elect a management board. And in total, that team is worth 12 people. So what has happened so far? Many of you should know this, and many have been very actively engaged with this, others maybe not so much. So in January, we opened a call for applications to become EMA's next president and or vice president. There was a deadline. That deadline was extended a little bit, and on the 12th of March, applications were closed, and I will get to how many we received later on. So the candidacy was announced afterwards, and we were then able to shortlist eligible candidates and set up interview schedules as well. Until the 30th of April, there was a campaigning period where all the eligible candidates were able to reach out via different media to, well, tell the world about their idea and their intention to become the new leadership team of EMA itself. In May, there was a period which was called quiet period or preliminary election. The preliminary election wasn't necessary in our case because of the number of candidate applications we received. And we are here today on the 13th of May 2023 for the presidential and vice presidential debate and question and answer during the GA. What's missing on this timeline is a virtual debate that we have hosted as well. Hopefully many of you have seen that. It's still online, so if you still want to watch another hour of YouTube recording tonight, that's an opportunity for you. But it's also great because we have all our candidates here. They're not allowed to campaign at this point, but they are here and you can talk to them. So if you have genuine conversations, that's completely fine. And do use that opportunity as well to learn maybe even just about what is your vision for EMA? Why do you want to lead us and where are you going to lead us? Have those conversations, but don't get into asking them, why do I need to vote you? Like, don't start to fight over votes, but have the conversations that can bring us as an organization forward. Yeah, this is great, right? So we've got Dr. MD Ashikur Rahman. He's sitting right there. You've seen him a couple of times already. He's our presidential candidate for the tenure of 2023 to 2025. And we have two vice presidential candidates, Ruturaj Trivedi, who's in the back of the room, and then we have Kate Ramil, who's right here in front as well. And it's really, really nice to have you all here in person. It's great to see you, and I think you all deserve a really big round of applause. Thanks. I would now like to very briefly introduce the three of them to you. There's a lot of material they have put together on the website, on their social media. They might have reached out to you in one or the other way. I'm just going to give a very brief summary. Then they all gonna come on stage. They get a few minutes, and we'll really time them this time. So you get the 2 minutes, but that's it, to say a couple of words about yourselves, and then there will be time for questions and answers. We're really looking forward to a conversation, because we know that this is very close to all of our hearts. We want this to be EMA's future for the next 2 years, and we're all volunteers. And if you're not being selected in positions that might have a specific name and a title, I think many of us have already put a lot of time into this association just because we're convinced about why we're doing this. So let's be collegial, let's work together. We want our new presidential team to be backed up by you, our members, and that's what we're here for. So the elections themselves will be happening only tomorrow, so there still is a little bit of time in getting everything together. And I'm very happy to answer any questions. I'm here today representing the Election Committee 2023. It's not just been me, it's been a great, great team effort. As good practice in a volunteering organization, also a big learning behind the scenes. We all did and do our best to make this fair and approachable and accessible to everybody. So I'm going to start with our presidential candidate here, Dr. Md Ashikur Rahman. He's a visiting researcher at the Spanish National Research Council, and his most recent active volunteering involvement at EMA is his current role as president ad interim of the Erasmus Mundus Association. Moving on with one of our vice presidential candidates, Kate Ramil. She's a gender development specialist consultant, and the EMA active volunteering involvement that I would like to highlight here is the regional chapter coordinator from 2018 to 2019. And then we have Ruturaj Trivedi, vice presidential candidate number 2, or the other one. And he's a mechanical engineer and a naval architect. And currently, so this is again his most recent active EMA volunteering involvement, the director of the Students and Alumni Relations Unit as part of the EMA Management Board. This is just now very small for you to read, but also to show you how much work all these three have already put into thinking about why they would like to be leading our association, how they would like to do it. These are the posters they have put together. They have a lot of content and a lot of just energy and ideas. Do interact with them. We can also bring this slide back up during a coffee break later so you can look at them. They all linked from the website. There's also slide decks and the CVs of the candidates, and they've also all prepared a short recording or a speech or a video. All of this is accessible, so do interact with it. We still have a little bit of time. Great. Well, then, if you are face-to-face with us here, there's posters printed outside for you to look at as well. So our candidates, I don't know, can we get light in this part of the room? Otherwise, I would just like to invite the three of them to come here with me. Okay.
Ashikur, Ruturaj, Kate, can you please come in the front? But before we start this, we have around 50 minutes exactly for this session. Feel free to ask any questions you want. Before we do this, just a couple of things. We have one presidential candidate and two vice president candidate. You can already see in a big volunteering organizations, they have got experiences, huge amount of experiences, but also it's a very challenging role. Ashikur was the vice president first in the previous board, but then the president had resigned due to some personal reasons, so he stepped up as an ad interim president. Otherwise, as a rule, you can be the president or vice president in the management board only once. The management board members can be twice, but after that, they cannot even apply for president or vice president. So these are some legal system. But ad interim position is an exception, and he was there for 1 year, and that's why he's candidating again for the president position. Unfortunately, no one else has the daring who could come up, and I really appreciate Ashikura. Let's have a round of applause for that, to do this. It's a job. It's a full-time job. But yet, we have to vote and support his candidacy because AISBL, voting rules, statutes, you have to still say at least 50% of us who are sitting here who have to say that, yes, I support that you should be my president, otherwise there is an abstaining option. Same goes for the vice presidents. These were the legal part of it. Katai will take care of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Financial report, are we still voting? Yes, it's on. Have you voted? No, I haven't either. Shall we do that? Let's give it a minute. The 4 of us will vote. You all make sure that you vote. Is that financial report vote up now? Okay. You're waiting. It's not working? It's working? That's okay. Let's just leave it like that. Okay. Well, we'll take it from here. Oh, yeah, you have your phones? I will do it from there as well. Give us a minute. We'll try to fix this, and then we move on. Let's see if I can vote now.
Yeah. Can you mention that everybody, because someone's already voted on the previous one, and then just make sure.
But this is now the new one. Yeah, 130. That's okay. Approve. You done? Yeah. Ashley Kurzweil? Yeah, great. We have until 1, right? No, it's 45. 30 minutes. 30 minutes, okay. No, it's fine. What do we do at 45? I think it's at 1. No, that's Prashant. He's coming. Is it half an hour? Or
No, till 1 o'clock. After that is lunch. Huh?
Okay. Can you check? Can you help her if she needs help? Okay, well, it seems like we're even more flexible. So Kate, then I think there's more time to vote. Welcome back on stage with us then. I've only got a normal watch, so maybe that plays in your favor. But you all listen to what our candidates have to say. We really want that conversation with you. So think of the questions and the thoughts you have. Can we move it? Well, we'll just stand, the 3 of you stand here. Yeah, we've got enough space, and we don't have the thing in between. And I will be somewhere else, and that is also fine. I'll manage, we'll be all right. Ashikur, the floor is yours, 2 minutes. Let them know why they should vote for you as the next EMA president.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Katharina, for leading this. Maybe you have already seen that in my poster, I said some long-term vision that I feel like following my last 8 years experience in EMA. Basically, EMA, it's a strong organization. We do have several networkings, but still I feel EMA is not the leading voice for international higher education in Europe. We need more space from the Commission side. At the same time, we have a lot of members, those who are not part of our community portal right now. Theoretically, we are more than 14,000. But you can see we have like 3,887 members in our community portal. And we lost all of our senior alumni, those who are contributing to the national level, to the university level, those who are like really at the top level. And thanks to you people that you are trying to bring back all to the community portal. So this is also one of the target for me, that if I get elected, I'll ensure all the members are visible in our community portal. Whatever they are doing, whatever they are serving, they should feel that, we should feel that EMA is our home. So this is one of the target for myself. At the same time, I would like to develop EMA as an international global brand. We are almost, I should say like we are already brand, but not everywhere. We are working for 174 countries, but not all countries are like Indonesia, not all countries are like Vietnam. But we want to see that every countries, we do have some option. Same for Europe, we are not like exactly visible in all European universities. Forget about other countries. So this is something like I would like to ensure that EMA will be a global brand, and we can ensure that, yes, EMA is a global brand. At the same time, we need some financial sustainability. Right now, I should say like most of the fundings are coming from the commission, around 95% more or less, but there is some problem. This time we have received 554 applications. If you ask me, I would tell you that I wanted to bring all the 554 GA participants who wanted to join, because we have received several applications from our former steering committee members. But there is no option for us following the strategy, following the decision. So that's why actually I would like to build EMA financially sustainable as much as possible, and I would like to grow EMA. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Kate.
Right. Okay, I'm not gonna add any more to what he said, because I believe that's what we needed that's what we need for EMA. But I also think that we need, to make sure that our members feel that they belong and that their time here is worth it. I mean, that's something that, I want to offer to you, because I've been working with EMA for the past 10 years. I climbed my way here from program representative, country representative, president of Southeast Asia, regional chapters coordinator. I didn't just volunteer for 1 year or 2 years. I volunteered since 2013. And even if, I'm not really, I don't have the active membership, whatever you call it, yes, but I continue to serve as an ordinary member. In 2019, I was in Thailand promoting Erasmus. I was invited by the ASEAN chair. In 2020, when the pandemic happened, I contacted, the current scholars, and we talked about, the possibilities of not going to Europe and what's going to happen with their scholarship. We invited doctors and explaining how, what happens when you have COVID and, what do you need to do? These are things that, they're very simple, but I think it's necessary so that our members feel that they are being taken care of. And I think that's important, because we are an association and we want all our members to feel that they are really part of this community. And we need to communicate better to our alumni and also to all our members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ruturush.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I hope you're enjoying the GA. And today we will have the best time of the GA, the gala dinner. And I hope I already feel a part of EMA, being member, being a family here, and enjoying your time. And why you should vote for me, the question Katerina asked. The structure of EMA was changed in 2018. And from 2019, I have been continuously working in EMA in different roles, in different units, with the management board. And we have been a long way in the last 5 years with all our previous presidents and management board, and we want to really continue this together in the next 2 years and take EMA to a new level to be more efficient, professional, and to make EMA a global authority on higher education in Europe.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of questions. What about you? So let's do this. Whoever has a question comes up here. We have a microphone. We can also just form a line at this side of the stage. And then, they can walk here, so we don't have to walk so far.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Can I ask all three at once?
Yeah, just, let's not ask questions that will take half an hour to answer. But, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, or just stand maybe there. Great.
I wanted to know what about your past roles at EMA have prepared you for the role that you want to take on, and how like your past experiences as an ordinary member or whatever the different roles you had are going to enrich your position that that you're going to opt for. And sorry, second question. Since we had the financial reporting today, I wonder what are your strategies for balancing financial stability and addressing churn in EMA members, right? Because those are, acquisition is expensive, right? Outreach is expensive.
Thank you. Shall we go this way?
All right. Okay, so like I said, I started as a program representative, and then when I became the interim regional chapters coordinator, there are a lot of changes happening in EMA, and there were also a lot of conflict. And so to be able to, manage conflict, I had to email all the leaders and say, come on, let's talk about this. Let's have a dialogue and come to the GA and let's settle it. And I think that's important that we, that our members feel that they are heard and that they can voice out their opinion without threats, Yeah, thank you.
So talking about my roles, I worked in various units. I worked before the structure was changed, and even after the structure was changed. So I have a bit of experience of both the plus and minus of what we had and what we had after the structure was changed. And in the last few years, we made sure to make a list of what the problems and the challenges the association is facing. And we are all on the same page. All of the people who are working in the MB, even with the president candidate, we are all on the same page. And I think together, with all of this experience, we can take the association a step forward. Talking about financial sustainability, we have many options. First one of them is we discussed in some of the sessions I heard, and that's true. We have funding at the national level, definitely. We have the EU funding, which we will try to reduce, but 8 of you are funded by EMGM coordinators. I don't know if many people know about it, but EMGM coordinators have a special budget to run the project. So every EMGM has a project, and they are ready to fund us. They are ready to fund EMA. We are signing MOUs with 25 of them. 3 are already signed, and 2 to 3 attendees here are fully funded by the EMGM coordinator. So this is one of the greatest strength of EMA as a student alumni association, where we can be one association for all EMGMs, and they will fund us. Apart from this, we also have external partners like private companies and educational institutes.
Thank you. So it's my turn. Regarding my first role, I have been in EMA from 2015 as ordinary member. 4 years country representative for Bangladesh. Then 2 years vice president for South Asian chapter. 2 years as CRNet manager. It was last time manager, now it's coordinator. 1 year as elected vice president, and now the president. So following these 6 different roles I have in my life, at the same time, when we are controlling our South Asian chapter, there was 8 countries. On that time, there was a discussion we raised regarding the program representative. So we have the experience, like what they can do. So following all the roles, I can tell you that if I get elected, I know everyone's perspective. I know what my country representatives need. Until 2017, when there was a huge change at 2018, usually we get money from the ICUNet, our former service provider. There was like 5,000 euro budgeted for South Asian chapter for 8 countries. So we get the money, following the reimbursement thing, we spend money, we get back, and we can do the promotional event. But unfortunately, following the new framework contract with the commission, like EMA and other organizations, we have a contract, it's called service contract. Following this service contract, there's 24 services are budgeted. And there is no reimbursement. There is no money for my program representative. There's no money for my country representative. So how they will promote the program? How they will promote infant higher education? We need something. Even just to make a banner in Bangladesh, in Indonesia, in Philippines, it's only €5. But who will pay this €5? Our volunteer can go. They can spend their money for transport. But who will pay this €5 for EMA banner? So this is something. In our term, like in my term, when we get engaged as vice president, we have decided, okay, let's give 200 to every management board member. They can spend €200 for 6 months. So this is something like for all terms of people, all terms of volunteer who are in any roles, they need some incentive because they want to do everything free, but for banner, they shouldn't pay because it is something for EMA's branding. So for these types of things, I know that what to do because now we are already having collaboration with EMACT for program perspective. As Rosa has mentioned, this time it was a real, like this is the first time ever, we try to see that if we can get some money from the coordinators. Though it is 190 euro, it is 2,000 euro, at least there's some fund. But this amount is really less. We have to go for something big amount. Where we can go? Now we are having like already 17 projects this time we submitted as associate partner. Hopefully at least 5 or 7 will get, and there will be like 3 times money that we have right now. We believe so. So this is something like I focus for projects. Then I have also some other plan regarding national level activities. You know, in every EU delegation, they have promotional budget, and it's like more than 30,000. This time, actually at 2022, we have done it in Bangladesh, and we have seen they spend 30,000 euro for roadmap, like there's a Erasmus roadmap. So they have the money, but we need to get into there. And there's several other projects, several other things I wrote in my poster. I request you to check all the things from there. Thank you.
Yeah, let's just make a line here so that we know the order, because we don't have that much time either. So Jordan, but move in the line. And let's, in Spanish is retar. Let's make them like a challenge. Short answers, precise, quick.
Mine
And
is
a
specifically
question.
for the vice presidential candidates, because both of you mentioned that you want EMA to be a place where people feel like they belong. Name 1 or 2 tangible things to make that happen if you feel it doesn't currently exist today.
Did you understand?
I strongly believe that we belong to EMA and people feel that we belong here. Or you wouldn't clap when I said, are you enjoying the GA? So you have the answer.
Yeah, I think we need to strengthen our communication with our alumni and also other members so that, you know, if they have complaints, if they have suggestions, we need to make them feel that they can say it. And it's a safe space to say whatever they want to say.
Thank you. I don't know your name, but go ahead.
My name is Pradyut. I'm from India, and I'm a program representative of Goals. Thank you, Katrina. And thank you for your pitches, guys. I have 2 questions. First one is, what are your plans for all the pillars? Can you please categorize and describe what could be your plans for each pillar of EMA? And second question is, you talked about, so thank you for your vision. Like, I like the vision that you have for EMA and the candidates, the members. But you talked about all of us. But now let's talk about you, like why it's so important, or why it's important for you as an individual to be in this position. You know?
So this could fill 2 hours. You don't have to cover the 4 pillars, but if you just cover maybe 2, and then your personal motivation.
Thank you for asking. You know, in EMA we have 4 pillars, but basically there is no pillar for volunteers. So in our last Cologne meeting last year, in March, there was a discussion among all the management board why we should have these 4 pillars. Should we have the same, or we can change? Though there was like 50-50 board, finally we decided, okay, let it go like that way as a test case, then we'll come back. Keep in mind, even there's 4 pillars, all volunteers, they fall under 1 pillar, that is a management board. Wherever you are volunteering, you have a team. So you are under the management board. If you are not a country representative, not program representative, not project leader. But we focus other people because they have some specific roles in order to bring program, country, and projects there. The second question, like what I cannot do right now and what I can do in future, right? This is the something. Okay, that's in one thing. I can say that I can bring a lot of things in EMA that right now I'm afraid to do because I'm not as exactly president, but if I get the presidential power, if I have a management board team with me, I hope the plan will work because I have that capability to lead the whole team. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. As a gender specialist, it will be my point of view. I want gender equality and inclusion in our association. And so that would be my focus. And because we, in EU, we talk about human rights, and that we should also be, the center of our association, the human values that you can provide. And I know some people can't see me because the lectern is so high, but yeah, so that human values, we had the negotiating, workshop this morning, and we should practice that. EU gave us money for the scholarship, and we give back to EU. And this is how we have this magical one, and I think, we can focus on that. So that's it.
So before I answer the two questions, just to let you know that I strongly believe EMA has a value of equality, and we believe in that value, and we have gender equality too in our EMA. In the last two presidents and last two vice presidents, we have 3 women and 1 man. And we also have the LGBT plus community, which we should never forget about. So I really believe this is not what EMA needs today. EMA already has it. To answer the first question about the 2 pillars we are working together, CRs and PRs, you're already doing some meetings together. So if PRs collaborate with CRs, we will have wider reach both at the country level and at the EMGM level. So that's one of the plans, but you can read more about them in the poster and ask me questions later. And to answer the second question, what I'm doing in EMA. So my first motivation to be in EMA is to give back. It changed my life, it changed my career, and it changes career of 3,000 students who come every year to EMGM in Europe. And I want to contribute in EMA to change their lives, to contribute to the Erasmus Mundus projects. This is the motivation. And to be the vice president, I would say, as I told you, I have been continuously active in the last 5 years. I want to take it to another level. I attended 6 GAs, and after every GA, I increase my involvement level. And this is the moment for me to get to one more level up and take more responsibility on my shoulder and take the association forward.
Thank you very much. I think it's really important that we talk about these things, probably also in a broader manner. I don't think it's only about the presidency. It's great to see so much interest. Pepper, you have a question as well.
Okay, yeah, my question is related financial. So we've been building up our capacity and experience in institutional, organizationally on project. So we've been I would say very successful in the last in this management board. And how would can you explain briefly how would you make it more or better, like getting more projects in your mandate?
Who is this for? Everybody?
Everybody, yeah.
Okay, let's start in the middle.
So I don't know how many of you attended the last GA, but we did some sessions that we did today. And out of these sessions came up 2 project ideas, and we worked on them, and they were approved. So this is an example how we will get more projects. It's not one person working, it's we working together. It's hundreds of ideas coming from you guys, and which we can help and concretize to have more projects in EMA.
Thank you. Just for information, following the last 3 years, there was 73 ESA projects approved. EMA got 17. It's a really high number for us because we don't have too many volunteers in our project support unit. That's why I'm still requesting you to be part of the project support unit, because if you're the part there, basically you are bringing money to EMA. Basically, you are dealing with your community, but EMA is being benefited. So regarding the financial sustainability, of course, we have developed something, but at the same time, ESA or like something from our side, like EMGM, is not the only like sources where you can get look for the funding. Now you're also being part for EMDM. Now you are part for like joint degree level program. So there's a lot of community. And this morning I also had a discussion with our guest that we could like go for synergies together. At the same time, we could win together. I do believe that you have also something maybe in your country, in your program. Please come up with the idea. Whatever you have idea, keep in mind that EMA is very open for everything and will help you to get the project to bring money to the EMA. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think we need to understand, or this was already mentioned by Katerina, that we are an NGO, a legal NGO. And so we can actually access a lot of fundings, a lot of grants, not only from the EU, but from other organizations. If we leverage that, then we can, get a lot of funding. So that's one thing. I mean, last I think it was 2019 that we had a Key Action 2 project. So we got around 15,000. I'm not sure with the numbers. So we got 15,000. We can partner with, for example, I don't know if you're familiar with the platform Salto Youth. There are a lot of, they ask for partners. And we can be partners, we can be coordinators. I mean, we'll have more opportunities for volunteers. Another thing is that we don't have to look at finances based on the money coming in, but also based on your contribution, because volunteerism also has value, and it is also it's also financial, economic value. And so if we put that in our KPIs or whatever metrics we have, then we say that we actually have a lot of money, in the same way that we had, magical powers this morning.
Thank you. Go ahead, yes.
Okay, just a quick question. Hazaria from Malaysia, under Research and Innovation Unit, goes to our future Mr. Presidents. Just a quick one. I'm the old alumni back in 2009. I graduated in 2009. And I would like to see more participations of the all alumni. And what is your actions in order to come this on board once you become the presidents? Well, first, and the second question goes to Kate, which is, yes, agree that the gender equality is already here. But Kate, in Southeast Asia, I think it's applied to the rest of the world. The reduction numbers of the girls involving in STEM is reducing. And what can you do in order to make sure that we are part of the agenda, the government agenda, in order to make sure that the girls in STEM is getting back to the normal fit? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do the ladies' question first. So, Kate, you get that one.
What a difficult question. But a good one. All right. Gender equality, I have to correct you on that. It's not just about the numbers, 50-50. Okay, it's also about feeling that you belong. All right, that you are safe. So it's not about, having the numbers 50-50. That's not enough. It's not gender equality. And so for your question, I think we really, as a group, we have the power to talk to our ministers. Yesterday, I was talking with, the other day I was in Brussels. I met with the Philippine ambassador and introduced the scholars Filipino scholars based in Brussels. And, the ambassador was surprised. He said, wow, this is, a great opportunity for us to partner. And I think that's one way to do it, to introduce our members. So that's for your question. And what was the other one? I can remember.
No, I think it was for all of you. So how to engage the old alumni? 2 sentences each.
Okay, I can give you 2 examples. First example, we already bringing back the people from those who are from very early age, not only 2006 or 2007. I can tell you our EMA coordinator, he was our member, he was a board member at 2007 to 9. He was a part of the awards committee and the poster competition. So we are already working behind this because now our committee portal is not working, is not accepting members due to the GDPR issue, but they're working. Same for the second one, Lucia was our former vice president after 6-7 years, but now she's also part of the General Assembly. You can see her name at the end because she was the one of the members for the awards committee. So I'm already working on it. Please allow me to work more on this perspective. Thank you.
So the question was not for me, but I would really love to answer. We have many examples of alumni, for the first question, I have many examples of alumni who are belong to the old batch. For example, our GOC lead is in EMA since 8 years. So he graduated in 2012. I don't know if he's here. So we have many people, and we lost many people, as we said, during the transition from 2018 to the new structure. And our main target is to get everyone back. We had 12,000 plus members. Today we have 3,500 on the community portal. And that's why we push all the PRs, all the CRs to reach out to the alumni, the people in their country, to get on the community portal. The second one, I don't know. Second one was about having women. Oh, okay.
We still have Kate and her engagement strategy for the older alumni as well.
Yes, Yes, actually, in the Philippines, we have a very good network with the alumni. And so every time EU delegation invites me to be the speaker, I delegate it to other alumni members so that, it will be that kind of relationship with them.
Thank you very much. We have another question. We're going to spare the applause because then we have more time for questions because there's still a lot of people. If you walk here, everybody at home will see you.
Okay,
And then
I'm Antidis
go ahead.
Rafaida from Tanzania, but I'm the program representative for Applied Eco-Hydrology. So thank you for your good profile and background in EMA. So I have two questions, for all of you, what do you consider the main challenges, main big two challenges that has been facing EMA, and also you are the future plans and strategy to solve them? Thank you.
Thank you. So the two main challenges.
Yes, again, I guess for me, it's just communication. We need to better communicate with our members.
For me, the two challenges, first is EMA's image. All PRs know how some of the coordinators treat us. So I won't say much, but that says a lot about our image. Second challenge is what we talked about a lot, financial sustainability.
Just one word for Prashant. We want to see that EMA is visible in every respective way, in all the country, all the program, all the cities. This is my target.
Thank you, Ashikur. We've got more questions as well.
Okay. All right, I'm Omar. I'm from Pakistan, representing Geospatial Technologies program. Okay, my question is more based on a personality-based question, a leadership question, as it is really applaudable that all of you have stood out for the leadership roles, which you mentioned were very few people who were daring to come. So firstly, commend you for that. And I want because I'm sort of a person who doesn't like to process too much information, just keeping it short and crisp. Each one of you, for every organization, a leader, there needs to be a tagline, a brand, a vision statement. So just in one line or few words, just define I am this and I want to make EMA this. Use which top priority area would you stand for? It could be gender inclusive, financially independent, global outreach, becoming a global brand. So for each of you respectively, please keep it short and crisp for me to resonate and make my decision easier. Thank you.
Thanks, Omar. You have a lot of examples now already. But this is one sentence. So no. It's one. It's one.
So I define myself as a person with coaching leadership. I like to coach my team. And I would see EMA as professional and efficient association in line with EMA's vision and mission to be a global authority on higher education in Europe.
Yes. I want EMA to be scholars for building our nations.
I do believe that before you are a leader, you are all about yourself. When you are a leader, when you become a leader, it's all about growing others. Thank you so much.
We're putting them on the spot, right? We still have a little bit of time. Go ahead, you also.
Okay, hello, I'm Brilliantika from SWG. This is my first GA. I have a simple question. If you are chosen as vice president or president, what is the first things you want to change or improve and why is necessary? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Potentially future president.
The first thing I would like to do, I would like to develop a strategy for first 100 days. And I want to see if it works, and it will be communicated to all volunteers, all members in EMA. If it works, then we will go together. If it is not working, then we'll go for something like virtual discussion, and we'll follow some other things. So strategy is for first 100 days. There will be something, and you will get the difference there.
All right. The first thing that I want to do is to communicate again with the members and get the baseline data. What do you need? What do you want us to do?
So you see the short-term goals on my poster is to get feedback from EMA members, from external stakeholders, European Commission, and the EMGM coordinators about their expectations, and then to make a strategy together with the MB and the president to take association forward.
Thank you very much. I think they've already said it. They want feedback. They want all of you to let each other know what we need and where we want to go. They will not be able to do this alone. And we here in a room, it's much easier to share your feedback, so make use of that opportunity as well. I think we're okay. We can still at least take one more question. Let's see.
Thank you.
Regan, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Regan I'm from Zimbabwe. So EMA is a big organization, and my question is regarding leadership, as another speaker once said just before me. What's your plan or what's your take when regarding to ensuring that the management board that you're going to work with, like your team itself, is well equipped for the tasks, together with yourselves as well, so they are well equipped and also trained and also kept motivated so that they are not always coming in and coming out before their tenure ends. Thank you.
Thanks. So, do you?
Yes, I think because I agree we're a big organization, and that's why I think it has to be co-leadership. It has to be a community working together, because leadership is just a term, right? Without it's not so much of followers, but it's really the community working together. So I think that's that's important.
So first, I would thank Regan for the question. It's amazing. It's a lovely question, and it's very practical because we have seen management board members leaving in the last few years. So in one word, I would say work culture and team building. So these are two things we would work on together for the management board, so they feel comfortable, because every position in management board is like a full-time job. And we all also have a full-time job, a family, and we are volunteers. So we should be treated like one.
Following my experience, I would like to ensure the healthy environment in management board, because sometimes it's tough following the culture. Maybe you don't know, just for information, we do have cultural workshop whenever you get selected for the management board, just to know each other. So please apply for the management board, then you will get also this training for 2 days. This is something I would like to request. At the same time, I would like to tell you one thing. In EMA, management board or presidency, we are still volunteer. You put trust on us. That's why we are volunteering for you. We are volunteering in order to make success of your dream. So we are not like the president. I don't believe that I am the president. I believe that I believe that we over me. It's not like me over we. It's not like president over association, but it is something association over the president. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We move on. We still have a bit more time, but
thank you.
Let's keep going.
Hello everyone, this is Syed Mohammad Bakir, the country representative for Bangladesh. First of all, thank you all for the nice speeches. I have 2 little questions, starting from left side. What motivated you to apply for the new position that you couldn't achieve with your previous or current position? And you feel that if you are selected, you will achieve the new things. What are the things that you're targeting, what you couldn't achieve with your previous one? Second question is, you have already done very nice jobs. I would request you to highlight one biggest achievement that you have achieved, and you can share with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with you. Sorry?
It's for the...
Well, I select who speaks first, right? I mean, you go.
The first question was like, what? I actually forgot. Okay. Thank you so much. Just for information, you know that I'm already an interim president. That means I know how a president works. Now I know like who is our stakeholders, and I know the whole hierarchy level how it works. So I do believe that if I get elected for next 2 years, I have 2 years that I already experienced on last 1 year. For information, when I take over this position, there was only 6 management board members. So immediately we made a contingency plan for management board. You can see now all 10 management board members are available. So now actually I know how to move forward, because what was our lackings, it is already settled. So I do believe that if I get elected, at least I can contribute 2 more years with a lot of plans to be implemented. Thank you. I can say like right now, EMA is like, there is oneness is visible in EMA. So EMA is like centralized. So we know each volunteer. At the same time, just to inform you, we have decided not to have any non-Erasmus in EMA as volunteer. This is something like we have decided. Thank you so much.
First question. What you can do in the new role that you couldn't do in the current one, and your biggest achievement.
Yeah, so two things. Number one, as an assistant director, I was quite limited in scope to the people I reach and the people I work with. And, we didn't have vice presidents since a year. And I have been filling up the gap whenever any MB member needs advice, or even when the management board needs any advice for their unit. So with this experience, I want to keep continuing and get more involved in EMA with this position. And a second question? So biggest achievement is to have a very strong PR net, which we have today. It never happened in the history of EMA that we had 98 PRs. And someone from you sent me an email yesterday, I don't know who. You are the 100th PR. So the next week we'll have 100 PRs. Congratulations to EMA and the SND team.
Okay, as an ordinary member, there's a lot that I cannot do. That's why I'm running. And also because, if you're a woman from Southeast Asia, that's also it's very challenging to step up, especially in this kind of role. And so that's another thing that I want to do, is to show that, you can join us. I mean, we have to have more people who are applying as president and vice president. And I thought of applying because I think we need more. We need to encourage more people to do that. The biggest achievement would be, in the Philippines, our network is growing, and we're also known in Southeast Asia because of the things that we've done. We have a very good relationship with a lot of external partners, and I think we can do more with that. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hello, my name is Rakib Raihan, and I'm from Bangladesh. And I want to challenge Dr. Ashikur Rahman, because we are here for voting purposes, but when I see a president candidate, there is only one candidate. All the person said that you are amazing, I also believe you are amazing, but there is no one to challenge you. So how do you feel about that one? Sorry.
Thank you so much for asking this question. It is something also, I can tell this is a great learning for me. When there's no more candidates, it's the biggest challenge for me, because now I'm afraid how to move on. Most of the volunteers are asking that why there's only one candidate. It's very common. Even last 2 days ago, I had a meeting with the commission, who is our main contact person, Ms. Helena Banegas. I received the same question from her, why there's only one candidate. I can tell you simply one thing. My wife, she's telling me I have 3 sons. Actually, I have 2 sons. She said my elder son is the EMA, then the others. Why? Because this is the priority level. As Ruturaj or Kate mentioned, it is not only full-time job. It is 24-hour job. It's 3 jobs together you are doing. You can see Mr. Manasseh Anand. Literally 2 months, every day, I received several calls, and my 2-year kid, whenever there is a call, he said, hello Manasseh, because this is the first thing I said, hello Manasseh. So whenever there is a ring, even from my mother, he come to me, he said, hello Manasseh. So this is something. The challenge is, it is something we developed, following several types of policy, and I think Prashant can tell you more about this. There are several conflicts at 2018, 2019. So it was not only me or Kathayan, it is something before us. Then all the management board members, they sit together for change makers meeting. They planned for this position, what should be the criteria? And following the criteria, I can tell you, if you don't have 2 years experience managing board or people, if you don't have some experience in this field, you can apply. But the problem is, you actually cannot get success. So it is not something like a challenge, how do I feel? It is something I feel now more responsibility that you can trust on me, and I have to work that way. So it is something also a challenge for me, that if I can make you happy after 2 years.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Let's see about the next challenges or the next question.
Hi, everyone. First of all, nice to meet you all. I'm Sara, representative of Erasmus Student Network. They already know me, so it's amazing to see you there. And thank you so much for your passion and your motivation to be here. I have a question about your collaboration between organizations, of course. So how do you envision the future of the collaboration with other ESA organizations, such as mine, for example, and related to projects, attendance of events, HR management, so everything related to collaboration? Thank you so much.
Thank you. And this could also be a very long answer, but let's keep it short, and we start in the middle again.
To start with, I don't know how many people know, but EMA shares office with ESN in Brussels. Number 1. Number 2, we do attend all events of all our sister associations where we collaborate and work together for future projects and for the current projects too. And what was it? That's it.
Thank you for asking, Sarah. I think you shouldn't know this, but as you asked, maybe I can tell you that we have a secret plan for you at the GA time, especially for our sister, cousin, and brother organization. There is a co-creation session. It will help, like just after the lunch time. It will be with EMA Management Board, most of the Management Board members, and with you separately. Because every year, you come to our General Assembly, we go to your SGM, we go to the BEBA meeting or something. We said, okay, we'll do a lot of things, but it never happened. Following my last year experience, Mr. Manas is here, we decided this GA should bring something from you, from us. So this is one of the plan. At the same time, we are already in contact with ESN, especially with Gabriel and other people, how we can really see some projects are working. Because it's not about money, it's about all about collaboration. At the same time, I can tell you that EMA already got some support from your side in order to start membership number in EMA that you already have. So we need this types of number. So we are already in collaboration, but we need more space from your side also. Please come up, help us as a brother, sister, or whatever you think. Thank you.
First of all, we can maximize the use of ESA projects because there are various ways where we can partner. Another thing is that we can learn a lot from ESN, especially on sustainability and having the membership, and also not only ESN, but also Garage Erasmus, because they're business-minded. And I think we need to run EMA as a business.
Thank you very much. We had a very similar online question also with regards to collaborations with other organizations. I think we're going to skip that looking at the time. But really one which is interesting, it talks about threats and opportunities of AI platforms. Do you think we can make use of them? One sentence each.
Of course, we can make use of them. Why not? We have to be engaged with AI to see EMA is like lot of automation in EMA. Just for your information, our volunteering agreement is not nowadays like from last 1 year, we are not signing. It's automatic things. So AI can help us to make automation in EMA.
You know, people are always afraid when there's something new. But we are open association with new ideas, and we will not be afraid of anything, including AI, and use it to the best for our association.
Yes, I think we should max, again, technology, and this is us now, so we have to use it. AI, basic questions, we can use that, right? Another thing is that why not bring EMA to the metaverse, and make it sustainable?
Why not? We have 2 more, I think. Thanks for bearing with us. Lunch is ready, but stay with us in the room. One more question.
Okay. Hello, my name is Yoko. I come from Japan, and I am a graduate from Advanced Development in Social Work. I would like to know the one word that is very important for you that will sum up your motivations and to run for the candidate, and also what you would like to bring to EMA's future.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, that seems like a almost final one. So I think I give the floor to Kate first.
Okay, one word, impact. And another thing that we can bring is actually community, safe community.
For me, the one word that describes everything is EMA.
Let's be amazing.
Thank you very much. Prashant, you got the mic. It's a short question
It's a short
for you
question.
as well.
It's a last question. We have talked a lot about vision. It's only practical question. We have got a lot of people from all over the world in different chapters. We have got a lot of local activities happening, but a lot of activities not happening with EMA. And this question is directly to the vice presidents because we have less time. How would you want to integrate those people who are working or claim to be working? In LinkedIn EMA, we have 5,000 employees. Everyone puts there is someone, they are doing something at EMA. We don't even know. How do you want to bring them back to, or mainstream or channelize or something?
Well, I think many in the room are happy to chat about this afterwards as well. I hear some laughter in some of the corners. But Kate, do you want to comment on this?
Yes, I mean, that's why we have country representatives. I mean, that's where the local activities come in and they can check, right?
No, but I'm talking about those who are not working and they're claiming that they're working. How do you integrate them or check them?
So the first thing to work with the local people is to make an MOU between EMA and EUD, and with the help of CRs, of course. And about the people who claim to be CR for 15 years or who lie on the social media, we will motivate them to join EMA and be a real volunteer in our team.
That's a good point. Good point.
Thank you for asking. It's a really challenge now for us. We cannot actually control everything because it's social media for them. But just to tell you, like, let you inform that we have legal director, and I do believe that if we have any concrete plan to discuss, like, how we can tell, okay, don't show that you are not the volunteer, like, don't, like, we shouldn't tell them, okay, stop, don't write something in the LinkedIn profile that you are not volunteer. But we can actually propose to be volunteer for EMA. Hopefully, AI, artificial intelligence, can help us to find out something more in order to see who are really volunteer, who never did anything but is still claiming volunteer, and how we can make them volunteer for EMA. Hopefully, it will work.
You sneaked in, right? Well done. Thank you so much. We've made it to the full hour. I want one more final round of applause, and then I'm going to say something else. It's a big honor and it's a big responsibility, and there's a big part of nerves in those minds and hearts as well. It's a very special thing, and it's very special to be here. Use the opportunity to talk to each other, to talk to the three of them, and I actually think there is yet another slide. So we've pointed it out a couple of times. We need to vote. The voting is happening tomorrow. All of this will be communicated in the opening as well. I can't remember the actual time. But it's just really, really important that this is happening. So if you had any problems with voting the financial report today, please get in touch with anyone you think is knowledgeable, and by now you will know who we are. And then enjoy lunch. I don't think there's any more announcements to make. There is? Okay. And then, yeah, thanks to the candidates. Relax, breathe, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
I know everyone is hungry. Just the last bit of announcement. We go for lunch now, first floor restaurant, and then at 2:25 sharp we will be starting the co-creation session 2. So you would have received the new set of sheets. Just check which topic or which room is yours, and straight away go to the respective rooms. So we start at 2:25 p.m. sharp. We are a little bit delayed in schedule. Please make it on time. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. See you. Yeah, and if you have not picked up the goodie bags, this is your last chance. Please pick it up. Thank you.
Guys, 2:25 here means you need to leave the lunchroom by 2:15. We will start pushing you out manually because it takes 10 minutes to bring 100 people up, okay? 2:15, we start leaving the lunchroom. Thank you. Bon appetit.